Keep My Eye on the Boys, who does look like a standout in this race. The problem with Keep My Eye on the Boys, going to have to keep her eye on the weather. She has not done well on off tracks, and that's an issue here. So you hope for the fast track to Keep My Eye on the Boys. Maybe you take it. She might still win on an off track against these horses. You know, a lot of those off track races that she's been in has been against a better competition. One of the issues with Keep My Eye on the Boys is, I mean, she looked great when she first arrived at Finger Lakes. She won 2 in a row, and boy did she! She won 2 in a row very easily. Had another race and then had a long layoff. It was July of 2021 until May of 2023, almost 2 years away from the races, and she hasn't been the same horse since. They dropped her to 5,000, but here's the thing: when they dropped her to 5, I mean, she's been no worse than second and into those route races for 5,000. Their first start off the layoff, just giving her a race, probably needed it. Hopefully she got something out of it. Now stretches out and catches a pretty soft group. She's supposed to win here. You know, first or second, obviously, but she's supposed to win. Unless you get some moisture in that racetrack, I think that makes her vulnerable, and keep that in mind. Now, who's she vulnerable to? I would think Kateri Empire would be the biggest threat. Might be the biggest threat anyway, but with an off track, she might be able to be the one to be the upsetter here, because Kateri Empire really steps up if the track is wet. Again, handicapping now, it's just after 12. I think the rain is just coming in now. I don't know if it's going to change the track condition, but that could be the key. And Kateri Empire at 5-1 morning line is going to be a little priced because, let's face it, Keep My Eye on the Boy is going to get played. Maybe that's her chance if it does come up wet. And Central Capital is the other interesting one. She hasn't been going long a lot. I mean, it's interesting, her record. She's like 3 for 47, but she's 1 for 9 in routes. It's a better percentage in route races. She just doesn't go long a lot. So I like the move for David Rivera to send this horse long, because she might actually be better going long. She just hasn't tried it a lot, especially against this competition. The other one will be Girl Tuscanova, but she's off the layoff. So I'm going to go to 254 in race number 2. You know, Call Me Carmelita's not out of it as far as being the top 3. It's just a matter of Keep My Eye on the Boys running her race. But she looks like a standout if the track is fast. Okay, feature race is the 3rd. This starts the $1 pick 6. Yeah, I mean, you got the who's who of good sprinters here at Finger Lakes, with the exception of Jack and Bernie. Now, Jack and Bernie beat these horses in the George Barker. You can kind of go by that race as maybe the key, maybe kind of handicap in the race. You do have a couple 3-time winners. That's what's interesting about the condition. Now there's a race that's to date, never won 4 or optional, claiming price of $20,000. I don't believe any of these horses are up for $20,000 because they're probably all worth more than $20,000. So they're all in for the condition. You know, 2 of them are in for the 4 lifetime. So you would think the other 3 in for the tougher condition would be the 3. I'm not so sure with Don't Lose Cruise. I mean, these 3 lifetime horses aren't so bad in here. Don't Lose Cruise looked pretty good with a good number last time. Civil Service probably just needs a race. He's off a layoff. It is a tough step up against these type of horses, though, when you're only 3-time winners. Now, the other part of it's going to be the pace flow. If Flying Emperor breaks, I think he could get the lead on Ladies Golden Guy, because Ladies Golden Guy hasn't quite been as fast this year. Flying Emperor beat him last year, and he's tougher on an off track as well. And I would think if Flying Emperor breaks better, he obviously showed improvement. He's a horse that's run well off the layoff, but that's when Jimmy Wright trained him. Jimmy Wright was the best layoff trainer at the racetrack. So changing hands, he probably needed a race. I guess that was the case. You know, expect him to run better than what he did. But he bounced back with a good effort. Second start off the layoff in the George Barker. Ran big, actually, against Jack and Bernie. Chased him home. And if he can repeat that effort or just gets the lead in here against these horses, he's going to be tough. And I'm going to lean towards him. If he, you know, I wouldn't say he's a standout, but I think if he gets the lead, he can hold these rivals off, especially on an off track. Mention the Institute. The Institute has run some big races from time to time. The Institute is the horse that beat Jack and Bernie last year. And that's how I'll always know the Institute pulled off the upset, because Jack and Bernie was just coming into his own. Into that race, Jack and Bernie had the one loss, but keep in mind, the one loss Jack and Bernie had was when he didn't break. I mean, that was a stakes race. He didn't break at all. He had to swing wide, and it's a big excuse. Now, he may have gone too fast that race, but the Institute beat him. And the Institute really, I don't count that other loss. I count that loss on and off track where Jack and Bernie's a little vulnerable, but the Institute was able to run him down. And that, to me, makes the Institute a player here. Maybe he's the one that could run down Flying Emperor, as he's the one that ran down the best sprinter at the track. It's 6 furlongs again today, and he's capable, and I'm going to use him second. Ladies Golden Guy just doesn't seem to be the same horse. He did run well off the layoff in that 4.5 furlong race to run second behind Trowlat. And he was a stablemate of Jack and Bernie. He was wide. Let's forgive that effort. But, you know, the last race against Banyan Breeze, he did have some trouble, but I still think he's just not running the same. Yes, he had trouble, and I don't think he was going to win anyway, though. And he ran third. I expected him to be a little bit closer. You know, maybe you forgive it because of the trouble that he had in the race, where he did have to check a little bit. Again, I don't think he was going to win. I'm going to go with the 5-1-3 in race number 3. And you see a bounce back effort for Ladies Golden Guy, but I'm going to go with the 3 horses that are in for the first condition versus the other ones that are in for the 4 lifetime. And they should have an advantage. 4th race, scratch the 2, Kid Emerald, probably a significant scratch. Horse looked like the horse to beat in there. I don't know why he wasn't the favorite, but this was a tough race now. I think with the scratch of Kid Emerald, it opens up the race, and you could go a lot of different directions. I did go with a little bit of an upset here in the 4th. It's hard to take a favorite in a race like this anyway. What about Torelli and the Niz in the 4th? Because Niz likes to talk about playing poker. Well, he's going to be a price in here. See what kind of poker face he has going around telling anybody to not bet his horse. Goes blinkers off, and that tells me that the blinkers were part of the issue last time, why the horse didn't run as well. So blinkers back off, drops to 5, and I think the big thing for Cambu is stretching out. This horse is well bred for the distance, and he started off with 2 sprints. First start, you know, it was against special weights, probably needed the race. And the other thing with last race, and maybe it wasn't just the blinkers, was the bad start that Cambu had. I give this horse a big chance in here. He's 5-1 morning line. He's kind of the wild card horse because he hasn't shown much in 2 starts, but you got excuses for him, and he needs to go long. Why not? That's the one you take a shot on. Bet the Palace, the logical horse in here, drops again. Dropped to the 11-9 last time. Didn't take a lot of money. They tried the blinkers on the horse. They're going to keep the blinkers on today, and stretches back out. It's the only of the one route, and that one route was against maiden special weights. It's also his best lifetime buyer. Now, it's usually inflated when you're against better competition, but you got to think Bet the Palace plays here for 5,000. Very much so. For 3rd, yeah, what do you do with this horse? First of all, I don't know how. They did tell me how to say it, and I still forgot. Karakwe, something like that. Let's go with that. Karakwe. I'll get corrected either way. I don't like the Tomlinsons for the off track and the distance for this horse, but I do think he's better than this field. I would like this horse if it were a sprint, because at least he's proven against better horses. He ran 3rd behind his stablemate, the Wipers on the Bus, when Wipers on the Bus had an absolute crawl up front. And then last race was against a pretty tough field. Drinking Solo, Tis Big Money. But the thing with Karakwe is I thought he would have run better than that. But the big thing was he broke poorly. I mean, he lost all chance at the start. If he breaks better today, and if he can handle the distance, this one has an upset chance. So in this race, I'm going to go with the 5, 4, and 7 in the 5,000 bay, which I thought was a very, very wide open race. And this is the race I think you could catch a price in the pick 6 or pick 5. Because they're hurrying me along here. We're into the 5th. Scratch the 3, Udamaro, who I actually really, another one I really liked today. Again, the scratch of Kid Emerald opened up the race. What about the scratch of Udamaro? You were not going to get 5-1 on Udamaro either. The 11-9 claimer, never won 3 condition, going a mile. I don't think they would have beat that horse. I like a horse at 6-1 in here, so I got a couple prices in a row. Fourth race, I got a little bit of a price. Pot of Gold, that's 6-1. A little bit of price, stepping up in class. Probably why he's 6-1 morning line. But it's a step up in class off of a horse that's getting a free race, in for a waiver claim, probably needing the start. And again, there's no risk. That's why you're in for 5,000. You're in for the waiver claim. I think you're going to see more. You are seeing more and more of that. Horses off the layoff and for 5, but they're in for the waiver, so they get that free race and maybe a free win sometimes if you're fit enough. He probably wasn't fit enough because he's supposed to beat those horses. Again, it's not his distance, though. I mean, he's a better router than he is sprinter, and I think he's good enough to beat the 11-9s in a route, especially this 11-9 field, which I didn't think was that tough. So yes, he steps up in class, but he's going a better distance, and last year he was better than these particular horses. Got him on top at 6-1. That's a kind of a big price, definitely a fair price. Barfly's the logical horse. I just couldn't take Niz the 2 races in a row. Maybe that's why I got him second. But Barfly figures. Was claimed at the 11-9 level. He won that day for a sprint. He's better going long. The more distance, the better you would think for Barfly. And he ran competitively against allowance horse. Now keep in mind, that wasn't the toughest of allowance fields that he was in against. Although the horse that won, other than I say that wasn't the toughest, but the horse that won was pretty good. And if you take out the winner, it wasn't the toughest of allowance field. I should say that to be correct. But he drops back down to the 11-9, and again, other than the winner, I guess if you're comparing him to the winner, he had no shot in there. But at 11-9, he's going to be awfully tough in here, and going to use him second. Could use him on top. You got to use him if you're playing pick 4s, pick 5s. He'll probably be the favorite though. The other one that figures is Kingdom on Pause. Goes back to Jackie Davis here and goes back to the 3 lifetime after trying the 1 state bred as he stays in a route. Wasn't that badly beaten in his last race. I think he plays off the recent numbers. Going to go with a 6, 5, and 2 in the 5th. Going a flat mile. Speaking of Central Capital, I think they changed the distance. They didn't run a mile for a long time because of David Rivera. I always tell him that, and he says that's not true. Scratch the 5, Not Afraid to Charge. Never be afraid to charge. Again, another race in a row. Like, what am I doing? Man, I got some prices today. This is I always take favorites. You got Cambu at 5-1 in the 4th. Pot of Gold at 6-1 in the 5th. How about Disco Princess at 6-1 in the 6th? So the 4th, 5th, and 6th. I'm starting out the pick 5, all with prices. A lot of favorites yesterday. Okay, Disco Princess, first career start, and here's the big thing. First career start was in a 5,000 maiden. Who did she run up against? Love Thyself, who was the best winner. I'd say much the best, but she ran competitively against that rival, running second to Love Thyself. Well, what did Love Thyself do out of that race? She came back and ran second in a stakes race, the Niagara Stakes, behind Sweet Brown Sugar, who's the favorite in the New York Oaks on Monday. That's a good effort for Disco Princess. She was over her head in a rout against maiden special weights. Let's forget about that race. I think she's back in the right spot in a sprint at the 11-9 level. Love Thyself would win at the 11-9 level. Well, I know she won the 5,000, but obviously she's a better horse than that. Interesting horse is Disco Princess. It's an open race where it's hard to love anybody. I'm going to take a shot with a 6-1 horse in here. Shishi Shadow is going to be the logical horse. This will be the first time against older horses, but also the first time in for a tag. So I would say it's slightly easier than what she's been facing. Stays at 5.5 furlongs. Obviously she plays. She ran a good third behind Miss Dobbles. We saw Dharma run a decent race the other day, although expected Dharma to win that race. But Shishi Shadow broke slowly in that Miss Wobbles Dharma race. And if you could forgive the last race, you could obviously use her against this field, dropping in for a tag. I know you go from restricted 3 to an older 11 and 9. I would say it's just a slight drop. The one Lady Lawrence I can make an excuse for. I think this is a little bit tougher field, though. Yeah, she lost all chance in that race. I'm saying to make an excuse for her. I mean, she clipped heels, it looked like, in the middle of that race and checked back. She would have run first or second if that doesn't happen. But again, that's an easier field than this 11 and 9 today. But you got to use her. She's not going to be the favorite, but off of the troubled trip, I think she's going to be in the top 3 with no trouble today. The other interesting one is the first-time starter. What do you do with that one? I mean, the barrel firsters, all the barrel horses are running. So watch the board, I would say, on Ligon's Legacy. But again, the dam's only win was on the turf. And it's a New York bred running in a maiden claimer. So that's not a positive sign because you don't usually want the bigger purse. 6-4-1 in the 6th. Yeah, prices today, hopefully. 7th race, scratch the 2 Central Stations, scratch the 3, 30 Oysters. Well, here's a race I don't have a price on, and that's Dr. Settled Stream. A little concerned about, did Diego have his choice in here? Because he's racing on Vaunted. Of course, Warry's from the same stable. But the last race for Dr. Settled Stream is actually good enough to beat these 11 and 9s. You would think. Was it that badly beaten against Eric Ridge and Pop Coyer, and now running at 11 and 9 against a much easier group? I would think that Dr. Settled Stream off of that race is the horse to beat here. Maybe the other concern is, why do you drop after a good race? I mean, he actually ran a good race off of a few month layoff. That's the concern if you're taking him as the favorite, but he's the horse to beat. McDonough I used for second. McDonough ran second to He's Got the Jack, chased that one home. And that was on a speed favoring racetrack, so that was a good effort for McDonough. May have beaten him on a fair racetrack. And You Got the Jack came back to win yesterday. I mean, maybe all out to do so against the Lugu drop down, but he was able to win, and it makes McDonough's race look better. McDonough probably went too fast the first quarter last time, and that's the interesting thing. I mean, he was a little more aggressive that race to get the lead, and the race fell apart, and Udamaro, who's more of a router, who scratched today out of the route, came on to win. So I would think that this is the other one, and McDonough's 6-1 morning line. So if Dr. Settled Stream doesn't have it, it's probably McDonough, or it could be Retail Man. Retail Man sent in by a really good trainer who's had success here at Finger Lakes, won stakes races here. Talking about James Ryerson. Sends this one in and was running against some tougher competition in the past. So looks to be the proper spot coming in here against the 11 and 9s never won 2. Should be a little bit easier, I think, in play. Very well bred horse. The dam's a half to a stakes winner. Of course, the stakes winner on the synthetic surface. But I would use all 3 just to be safe, but I would think Dr. Settled Stream on the drop would have the slight edge. Last race. Last race is a 5,000 claimer, never won 2 condition, going 5.5. Scratch the 4, Tamaki or Tamaki. I mean, you say Tamaki, I say Tamaki. I don't know, either way, he scratched. Yeah, this was a tough one because, again, I have Jeremiah in the 7th with kind of a tricky read, dropping in class off a decent effort. This one drops in class off of a horrible effort. I don't know what happened with Blue Eyed Warrior last time. I got absolutely no excuse. Was in between horses, was with the pace. Didn't look like the pace was ridiculously strong, and just dropped out of it. So what happened to Blue Eyed Warrior last time? I don't know. I got no excuse. Her previous race was easily good enough to beat these 5,000 claimers. So which Blue Eyed Warrior are we going to get today? The one that ran second to Sweet Sensation, who probably should have won that day, or the one that just was with the pace, it just dropped completely out of it for no reason. I don't know, and that's the chance you take with Blue Eyed Warrior. One of the things I do like, and we're talking about we're later in the card now in race number 8. My guess is we're going to have an off track in the last. Well, her only career win was on an off track, and she won pretty handily that day against 12-5 maiden claimers in the slop at Gulfstream. Not only an off track, but on a sloppy racetrack. So that kind of made up my mind. This is a horse that probably could get first or last based on which Blue Eyed Warrior is going to show up today. And that's the chance you take. Maybe you got different tickets. I would be hesitant to single her off of the last race. Again, I got no excuse for her, but her prior start is good enough to easily beat these. The horse I got for second is another tricky read, La Dama Dorado. The fact that they started her for 5,000, it makes you not like her as much, and maybe that's why I didn't like her that day, because the dam is a half to Breaking the Fever. The dam won first out by, I think, by multiple lengths, and this one was in for 5. Well, I guess she followed the dam's lead and won pretty handily against $5,000 maidens. Didn't get bet at all that day either. Was surprised because of the breeding. Again, it was hard for me to like her because she was in for 5. I probably would have liked her more if she was in the special weight. But how good is La Dama Dorado? Obviously, she's got that group of breeding being out of Ella's Gone West, who's a half to Breaking the Fever. If she improves out of that race, and she could very well do so, I mean, she kind of easily handled that maiden field. She stays at 5,000. I could see her coming back. Tricky read. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, she was a 4-year-old finally making it to the races last time. Maybe that's why they dropped her to 4. I don't know. But second start, I got to use her today. It's not the strongest of 2 lifetime fields. Why can't she be in the top 3? Another one that's, again, this last race is a big puzzle. To me, it's a big puzzle because you got some big question marks on some of these horses. Kitty Tintin's off the layoff. Kaz's Rose. Worry gets off that horse to ride Blue Eyed Warrior. And then you got World Cruise, who dominated in her only win against 11 Nines, but it was a very weak 11 Nines, and her other 2 races aren't good. Miami Twofer finished behind World Cruise. So, I mean, you got a lot of mysteries here, but one of the mysteries is a horse that's 12-1 morning line who comes from way out of it. I'm talking about She Loves to Move for John Buckley. Don't overlook this horse. I guess it's a big question mark about the distance because she doesn't have a lot of early speed at 5.5. But she's been against a little bit tougher. I know they're restricted 3-year-olds, but they're still a little tougher at Gulfstream and Tampa. Melissa Iorio, who we've seen ride here, won on her going a sprint race. Of course, it was 6 furlongs. Can this horse pick up the pieces late? There are some speed types. I would expect some pace in here, so she is going to have something to run at. 12-1 morning line for a Windy Leaf Farm. I would say you got to use the horse. Windy Leaf Farms, they've been great with their firsters. They've been great with everything. This is a John Buckley, Windy Leaf Farms, teaming up with Kevin Navarro. Don't overlook this one at 12-1 morning line. Again, her running style might be what she's up against, but it does look like she might have some pace to chase. Nowhere late. Kaz's Rose is the Jeff Engelhardt trainee. And again, Worry, who rode her last time, is going to be on brother Jeremiah's horse, but she dropped to 5 last time. I don't like the race that she won. That was not a very good field that she was up against in the 2 lifetime. I mean, she lost to Sweet Tooth Sue, who took forever to get through the maiden condition. I don't know why she ran so poorly. She had everything her own way. She does go first time Lasix for this race, and she does take the blinkers off. Maybe it was the blinkers because she takes them off for this race, and I could see a bounce back effort for Kaz's Rose. Again, maybe that's the excuse you use. Maybe the blinkers on didn't work out. You see that a lot. Blinkers on, blinkers off, and you see it a lot this year with poor decisions with blinkers coming back on and off. And maybe that's the key. Taking the blinkers off, stays at 5,000 with blinkers off. Maybe she just wins from the rail. Could happen. Wins 5-7. 8-1 in a very tricky last race. Enjoyed today's card, but just keep an eye on the weather. Can't really see out there. It doesn't look like it's raining yet. Man, they've been calling for rain all day and haven't seen it yet. It's just a matter of when that weather system hits the area. I think when it does, and if it does, and I know most of it's north of here, we're going to get some wet weather, which could affect the track condition. Well, after today, we got 9 races on the card on Monday. It's a big day here at Finger Lakes. We got the New York Derby and New York Oaks. We're going to see Panda Gate, who ran 3rd in a big grade 2 out in Saudi Arabia area. Can't really say it, so I'm trying to stay away from United Arab Emirates. I think I said it right. That one is going to come here after running 3rd behind Forever Young. We also got the New York Oaks with Sweet Brown Sugar and that pretty good Brad Cox trainee coming in here as well. Plus, we got a contest that day. A lot going on Monday. Make sure you come out to the racetrack for that 1 o'clock first post. I'll see you a little bit earlier that day.
Hey, gang. Welcome to Wednesday at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Big A Anthony Stabile here. We're going to talk about the races right before they come out on the track today. Remember, with the heat, going to come out with about 3 minutes, try and beat as much of this forecast as rain as possible this afternoon. 8-race card, no carryover in the pick 6. We'll kick off the early pick 4 here in the first, as we do each and every racing day. And I see Dave and I are on the same horse here. The 4 Parade Field, who's making his first start off the Timothy Murphy claim. Timothy Murphy's having a really nice meet. All of the horses seem to be running well. I don't know what happened to this horse last time. He never fired. And he fired real good shots in his first 2 starts off the layoff. And last time out, I don't know. He was just a little flat. You know, it's so hard to hold consistency at this level. Maybe he just needed a little bit of a blow, but he comes back pretty quick. After missing a month, he comes back in 9 days. And first off the claim, I'm going to try Parade Field. Emmanuel De Diego won half the card yesterday. We'll see if he can keep that hot hand going into Wednesday. The one anything possible. I put him second. Came up to Finger Lakes via a quick trip at Monmouth after wintering and spending a lot of his career down at Aqueduct. He's had fantastic starts here, making start 93 today. He's done really well at Finger Lakes. But recently he's been down at the Big A, and his return here was spoiled by Akduliba, who just got his head down in front of him. Anything possible almost got there. We'll put him second. And then the 5, our boy Cheekham, stretching out. He had one race going long on the card last year here at Finger Lakes in the slop. He doesn't really prefer a wet track. His connections must be very happy that this race is on the first half of the card and not later on. So yeah, we'll see how he does. He has speed, and he should be in front of these. Adage Express has the route speed, but he comes in with the sprint speed. 4-1-5 for me. Again, early pick 4 kicks off here. Early double, of course, as well. I think you're getting a real square price. He's the 4th choice right now, Parade Field, as the field for the opener makes its way to the track. And here's the field for the Wednesday opener. The 1 is anything possible with Nazario Alvarado. The 2 is Maddie's Express. Kevin Navarro rides. The 3 is Ghost Giant with Jackie Davis. The 4 is Parade Field. Emmanuel De Diego's in the saddle. The 5 is our boy Cheekham with Andre Worry. And the 6 is Melissa Smile. Jose Baez rides. Don't forget, folks, if you need free past performances, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They are there courtesy of our friends over at Equibase. A little over 3 minutes to post. Get cracking on that early pick 4. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com for your free Equibase PPs to help with that pick 4. Best of luck in the opener. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 1 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to kick off the Wednesday card. Anything passable. The first to load in. Followed by the speedy Maddie's Express. Ghost Giant goes in. Parade Field and Emmanuel De Diego, who won 4 races on the Tuesday card. See if he can keep his hot hand as we wrap the week here on Wednesday. They're in, as is our boy Cheekham. Long shot Melissa's Smile, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Our boy Cheekham from the outside and Maddie's Express. These two passed the wire the first time, 1-2. Then we come back to Ghost Giant, who's outside in third, as Anything Possible rides the rails in fourths. Spun 4 wide into that first turn there was Parade Field, and at the back from the outside draw, Melissa's Smile saves all the ground. Our boy Cheekham emerges with the lead. Our boy Cheekham around the clubhouse turn through an opening quarter of 24-3. It's our boy Cheekham a length and a half. There's Ghost Giant moving up into second, just ahead of Maddie's Express, who's third. 4 lengths from the lead in fourth is Parade Field. Then we come back to Anything Possible, who's moving up, and it's a gap of 5 more back to long shot Melissa's Smile, who's trailed throughout. Up front, our boy Cheekham trying to stretch his speed out around 2 turns today. He went the half in 49-2. It's our boy Cheekham a length and a half. Ghost Giant, Jackie Davis trying to rouse him from second. A 3 wide bid coming from Anything Possible. Just inside of him's Parade Field. At the rails, Maddie's Express. And it's a long way back to Melissa's Smile. Our boy Cheekham keeps rolling right along on the front end. Our boy Cheekham through 3 quarters in 1:14-1. Our boy Cheekham up the inside. Maddie's Express needs a little racing room. He has it now. Off the turn and into the stretch. Our boy Cheekham trying to see it through. Kevin Navarro alters course and gets Maddie's Express outside. It's down to these two. Our boy Cheekham coming to the 16th pole. A tenuous length and a half lead. Here comes Maddie's Express one more time. Our boy Cheekham, Maddie's Express, our boy Cheekham. Flag fall to that's all in the opener by 3 parts of a length. Then it was Maddie's Express. Anything Possible third. Ghost Giant rounded out the super in 1:45-2. Number 5, our boy Cheekham was first. 2, Maddie's Express second. 1, Anything Possible third. 3, Ghost Giant finished fourth. Race one's official. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, our boy Cheekham. The 5-year-old gelding's a son of Uncaptured, out of the cities at Mare City and Sky. Our boy Cheekham is owned and trained by Marcus Thompson, winning rider Andre Worry. $2 exact to 5-2, 59 even. 50-cent try, 5-2-1, 33.75, and the 10-cent super, 5-2-1-3, $28.80. Race 2 comes up next. It starts the first pick 3 of the afternoon. You can scratch the 3, we don't believe her. Race 2, scratch the 3. Post time for race 2 is in just over 21 minutes. And speaking of post times, it changes here at Finger Lakes this coming Monday. 1 o'clock post going forward here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. That starts this Monday, July 15th, when stakes action returns to Farmington in the form of the $150,000 added New York Derby for the New York bred 3-year-olds and the $75,000 New York Oaks for the New York bred 3-year-old fillies. Both races will be contested at a mile and a 16th. They'll go as races 7 and 5, respectively, on a 9-race Monday card. Panda Gate, third in the UAE Derby, when last seen in March out at Meydan in Dubai. Takes on a field of 5 others in a race that's been run for over half a century here at Finger Lakes. Earlier on the card, Local Heroine, Sweet Brown Sugar, looks to stay perfect in 4 career tries at Finger Lakes when she takes on 4 or 5 others in the Oaks. Both races are part of our second handicapping contest of the season. That's right. The handicapping contests return on Monday. It's free for you Lucky North members. $1,000 cash prize to the winner. It's on races 1 through 8 of Monday's 9-race card. When the doors open, that's when registration begins, 11:30 a.m. Monday. If you're a DRF.com member, Finger Lakes PPs for Monday are free. Just head over to DRF.com as a member. And, of course, if you need past performances each and every day of the Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack meeting in 2024, head to our website, fingerlakesgaming.com, for free PPs courtesy of Equibase each and every racing day. Monday's PPs will be available tomorrow night, sometime after 6:30. It's the $150,000 New York Derby, the $75,000 New York Oaks, our second handicapping contest of the year. It's all this Monday, July 15th. New post time here at Finger Lakes begins Monday. It's 1 o'clock. Can't wait to see you then.
All right, in the paddock for race number 2, pace makes the race, and Baddies Express opting to rate off of our boy Cheekham. Probably good tactics, as Baddies Express still ran second, turned it into a 2-horse race. Our boy Cheekham was the beneficiary. The horse in good form right now. Mentioned it won against the track in a sprint last time on a day that is the only inside speed horse to win all day, and then comes back and wins here at a big price. Good effort by our boy Cheekham stepping up. Andre Worry picked up that mount and got the win for Marcus George Thompson. Big price to start off the card. We scratched the 3. We Don't Believe Her out of race number 2. Right now the favorite on the board is the 2, Keep My Eye on the Boys. Logical horse in here. Mentioned earlier is this horse had a long layoff from July of 2021 to May of 2023. It wasn't the same. I mean, when this horse first arrived at Finger Lakes, just was whistling, won pretty easily 2 consecutive races, then put on the shelf for a very long time. Still competitive at 5,000. You look at the $5,000 routes from last year, was no worse than second in any of them. And the first start of the year was a sprint, probably needed that race, and now stretches out off of the waiver claim. So logical horse in here, probably a positive that the rain didn't come, as that horse did not have a good record on off tracks. Kateri Empire is another logical horse in here, as she's had some better years. You go back to 2022, Kateri Empire had a big season that year, and her efforts lately aren't that bad. The only route race that she's had this year ran second to a good-looking runaway winner, Cross Island. Of course, Cross Island better than $5,000. Claimers was much the best there. So Kateri Empire, top 3 threat in this race. Central Capital will stretch out for the first time in a while. Actually has made 9 route attempts. The one win that she had in a route was at this distance. So overall, it's a better percentage in routes than in sprints, considering that she's only had the 9 starts in the routes. But maybe the stretch out could help here, Central Capital, as she's just coming up short in these sprint races because she's always at the mercy of the early pace. That's some of the contenders for the second. Scratch the 3. We Don't Believe Her.
The field for race 2 is coming out on the track. The 1 is Call Me Carmelita with Jackie Davis. The 2 is Keep My Eye on the Boys. Andre Worry looks to sweep the early double. Scratch the 3, We Don't Believe Her. The 4, Central Capital with Jeremiah Flores. The 5 is Kateri Empire with Anthony Rodriguez. And the 6 is Girl of Toscanova with Kibarkoa. All right, Bob Cheekham, flag fall to that's all in the opener. Nice ride by Mr. Worry. Let's see if he can sweep the double. Keep my eye on the boys. Got his sprint prep last time out. Was on a sealed track, and she did not run 2 steps. But it was sprinting, and she's more of a distance horse, and she's hit the board in 10 of her 13 tries at this distance. The 8-year-old mare keeps on plugging along. She'll be on or close to the lead in here. This, I think a lot of this race depends on what Call Me Carmelita and Jackie Davis do from the rail. She comes out of a couple of sprints, and they went quick opening quarters. In fact, the first race, they went 45 and changed to the half with Determined Love. Just got loose on them. I think a lot of what Keep My Eye on the Boys does will depend on what Call Me Carmelita does. Either way, she can win on the lead. I went with Keep My Eye on the Boys. The 6, Girl of Toscanova, first start of the season for Mike Lassesi, who's had a pretty good start to the year himself, winning at just over 20%. She went to the bench, alternating between sprints and routes. She only made 8 starts last year, and she only hit the board 1 time. But she ran against considerably better. Spent the first couple of starts, the first 3 starts of the year down at the Big A, in fact, and faced kind of similar up here. I find it odd that she's in for the tag when she's eligible for the waiver, but in any event, she has some back class, and I felt like if there were a lot of question marks as to what Call Me Carmelita is going to do, Central Capital stretching out, the pace scenario here could get a little strange, so maybe she could pick up some pieces late. And then I wrap things up with the 4 Central Capital, who is stretching out. Daughter of Central Banker is out of a Coffwain mare. She's got to win at the distance. She sprints a whole lot more than she routes. We'll see with Jeremiah Flores what kind of trip he can work out with her. She's a big price. In fact, she's the longest shot on the board at 8-1. 264 from me. Best of luck here. First pick 3 today kicks off here in race number 2. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to load for the second. Call Me Carmelita goes in first. Odds-on favorite, Keep My Eye on the Boys, goes in, looking to give Andre Warrior a sweep of the early double. He is Central Capital. Kateri Empire goes in. Girl of Tuscanova, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Squeezed just a bit there at the start with Central Capital. From the rail, Call Me Carmelita and Jackie Davis go to the lead. To the outside, Kateri Empire to challenge, and now between is the favorite. Keep My Eye on the Boys. These three have about a length and a half on Central Capital, who's at the rail. And out in the middle of the course is Girl of Tuscanova. Just 3.5 lengths separating the 5 fillies and mares as they make their way around the clubhouse turn. They went an opening quarter of 25 seconds flat, and now Kateri Empire takes over. It's Kateri Empire, a measured length. At the rails, Call Me Carmelita, as Keep My Eye on the Boys and Andre Warry sit chilly in third. Fourth is Girl Tuscanova, and at the back of the pack is Central Capital. She's along the inside, just 4.5 from the front. Alternating on the lead, Call Me Carmelita and Kateri Empire. Keep My Eye on the Boys has had enough, and she goes between those two through a 50-second half. And now the favorite, Keep My Eye on the Boys, has the lead. Kateri Empire counters immediately. These two starting to scoot away from Call Me Carmelita, who backpedals. Girl of Tuscanova has about 7 to make up and nothing yet from Central Capital. The field makes their way to the top of the stretch. It's Keep My Eye on the Boys. Keep My Eye on the Boys by 2. Kateri Empire trying to keep pace off the turn into the stretch. Warry takes a peek back. He likes what he sees. Keep My Eye on the Boys by 5. Then Kateri Empire, and a long way back to the rest. They're coming past the 16th pole, and it is all Keep My Eye on the Boys. She's going to win it by double digits at the end. Warry stood up well in front, maybe won it by 10. Then it was Kateri Empire. Girl of Tuscanova to round out the try. Central Capital was 4th and 145 and 3. Number 2, Keep My Eye on the Boys, was first. 5, Kateri Empire second. 6, Girl of Tuscanova third. 4, Central Capital finished 4th. Returning to the winner's circle is the number 2, Keep My Eye on the Boys. 8-year-old daughter of boys at Tuscanova out of the Sweet Cry Mare Keep Rights, a New York bred. Keep My Eye on the Boys is owned by My Purple Haze Stables, trained by Chris Englehart. A sweep of the early double for rider Andre Warry. $2 double, 5-2, 37.20. $2 exacta, 2-5, 11.80. 50-cent try, 2-5-6, $6.50. And the 10-cent super, 2-5-6-4, $2.22. Race number 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. And there's no carryover in today's pick 6. Here are the scratches and jockey changes for the rest of the races. No changes in the third. If you turn to race 4, you can scratch the 2, Kid Emerald. Race 4, scratch the 2, Kid Emerald. Race number 5, scratch the 3, Udamaro. Race 5, scratch the 3. Race 6, scratch the 5, Not Afraid to Charge. Race 6, scratch the 5. Race 7, scratch the 2, Central Station, and the 3, 30 Oysters. Race 7, scratch the 2 and 3. And in race number 8, scratch the 4, Tamaki. Race 8, scratch the 4, Tamaki. Post time for the third and the start of the $1 pick 6 is in just over 22 minutes.
All right, in the paddock for race number 3, consider this our feature race of the day. Got a good optional claiming allowance race where you have 5 entrants, but they're stakes caliber horses. Looking back on the 4th, no doubt about it. Keep My Eye on the Boys stretched out and dominated that field. You got the short exacta with Kateri Empire, and of course, one of the easier exactas you'll get, paid $11. But no doubt about that winner. Andre Worry gets another victory, that one for Chris Engler at My Purple Haze Stables. So that's Andre Worry sweeping the early double. Okay, 3rd race. Yeah, it's good. Now, it's an interesting condition. Non-winners of a race since the beginning of this year, January 10th, or which have never won 4 races, or the optional claiming price. Nobody's in for the tag, so it comes down to the 2 conditions. Non-winners of a race since the date, or never won 4 races for this allowance purse. So you would think that the horses that are in for the condition of the non-winners of races January 10th are going to have a class advantage over the lifetime horses, and that's probably the case here. The 5 Flying Emperor, he's nothing but class. You look at the races here at Finger Lakes, at this distance, a lot of seconds, but he's always in the exacta, 13 for 14. Overall, he's 23 for 25 in the top 2 of Finger Lakes. And that includes earlier this year when he needed a race. And he never needed a race in the past, but had Jimmy Wright as a trainer before. So he comes off a little bit of a layoff since that race, but not as much of one. And he looks like the speed of the speed. So if he breaks well and gets to the front end, he's going to be awfully tough to catch against this group. But again, he does get second a lot. But if you're looking for one knock on Flying Emperor, that would be it. He's right now the second choice at odds of 3-2, as Don't Lose Cruise getting a lot of early play. But Don't Lose Cruise is really stepping up in class. But he's got the numbers lately to be competitive. He did beat a 3 lifetime field, and now will face stakes caliber horses. So if you're going to take a shot against the tougher, this is where you go. I mean, if it was a straight 4 lifetime, you would think Don't Lose Cruise would be a heavy favorite and would win. But because you're adding a tougher condition, yeah, it's a tougher spot for Don't Lose Cruise, but maybe he's up for the task. I did lean towards the horses that were in for the better condition and also a little more seasons and stakes races, although this one did run in 3-year-old stakes back in early spring of last year. The one horse is the Institute, and the Institute has the notoriety, I guess, of defeating the best sprinter on the grounds, and that was last year against Jack and Bernie. Jack and Bernie went a little quick early, opened up a lead, but the Institute was able to run him down on a sloppy track. But he was a horse that always fired, 2nd and 3rd a lot. He's a 6-time winner. If this pace backs up for whatever reason, Flying Emperor and Ladies Golden Guy, you would think the Institute would be the one to pick up the pieces. The 3 is Ladies Golden Guy. Seems like he may have lost a step this year. I mean, he did have an excuse in his last race. He did have some trouble. Don't think he would have won anyway. The race before, no match. He got caught wide against his stablemate. His best race this year was his first race, where he was able to get the lead. Not sure if he's going to be able to get the lead here, but he does play a factor either way, because the speed is Flying Emperor. Is he going to try to be aggressive and try to go with his rival, or try to hope that Don't Lose Cruise would be the one to try to send out there with Flying Emperor? And that could be the key to this race. Even though you get a short field, the pace scenario could matter a lot. But Ladies Golden Guy is the other one that's in for the condition, and he's a 12-time winner against a couple of 3-time winners and then a couple other good ones. So it's kind of how the race shapes up. You got 8 minutes to post for the 3rd. We start the $1 pick 6 with this race.
The field for race number 3, the start of the $1 pick six, is out on the track. The 1 is the Institute with Cabracoa. The 2 is Don't Lose Cruise with Luis Perez. The 3 is Ladies Golden Guy with Nazario Alvarado. The 4 is Civil Service with Joel Cruz. And the 5 is Flying Emperor with Emmanuel De Diego. All right, 3 minutes to post to kick off the pick 6 here. The 2, Don't Lose Cruise, is where I landed. His 2 starts here at Finger Lakes were very good. Just got beat to busting away. He was favored into busting away that day, which shocked me. And then came back in the same allowance condition and won pretty easily from off the base. He has speed, and I know it looks like Flying Emperor is the speed in here. He probably is. But Don't Lose Cruise can sit just off of him. And I would imagine that that's how this is going to go. Don't think Ladies Golden Guy isn't fast enough as well. I don't know what happened to Ladies Golden Guy's speed. It was not used in his last 2 starts. Forget about the Barker. Last time, it just wasn't used, and I don't know why. I would imagine he'll be a little bit more forward today, and I think this race plays right into Don't Lose Cruise's hands. Flying Emperor gets his Lasix back. Good second in the Barker. Second start of the year. He didn't run 2 steps in his first start of the year in the prep for the Barker, but he came back and ran well, chasing Jack and Bernie around there. Jack and Bernie, of course, came back to gallop yesterday. I can't believe he's this short a price into Don't Lose Cruise. I'm stunned by that because I really like Don't Lose Cruise today. And I get Flying Emperor has some stakes faced to him, second in the Barker the last 2 years, second in the Reed last year. And he looks like he's going to be the speed here, but, man, Don't Lose Cruise faced some nice horses downstate. He's raced really well up here. I look at Bustin' Away, and I say to myself, I would bet Bustin' Away in here. So if I want to bet Bustin' Away in here, I want to bet Don't Lose Cruise. Third, I went with the Institute, who was a good third at a giant price in the Barker, his second start here. He, too, gets the Lasix back. The short field, though, it's kind of tough for him to make up any kind of significant ground, I would think, unless they really ding-donging on the front end. 2-5-1 for me. Best of luck. $1 pick 6 starts here. The field is making its way to the starting gate. The field for race 3, the start of today's pick 6, has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. The Institute goes in first, followed by Don't Lose Cruise. Ladies Golden Guy is next. Here's Civil Service. And your favorite, Flying Emperor. They're in the gate. And they're off. Flying Emperor from the outside draw for the lead. Ladies Golden Guy up the inside to challenge. These two already have a length and a half, two on Don't Lose Cruise, who just moved into third past Civil Service. The trailer at the back is the Institute. Up front, the favorite, Flying Emperor, a very short lead over Ladies Golden Guy, who rushes up inside. These two speed off, 4 in front now of Don't Lose Cruise through an opening quarter of 23 flat. At the back, the duo of the Institute, who is just inside of Civil Service. The field is midway on the far turn. Ladies Golden Guy and Flying Emperor have been going at it from the start pretty much. Don't Lose Cruise gets closer in third. Then the Institute and nothing yet from Civil Service. They went the half in 46 and 1. The Ladies Golden Guy. Flying Emperor drifts out. Here comes Don't Lose Cruise with a full head of steam. And as the Institute follows him, Ladies Golden Guy just gave up the lead to Don't Lose Cruise. The Institute bears down at him. Don't Lose Cruise is almost home. Here's the Institute. Don't Lose Cruise. The Institute. The Institute goes by. And the Institute takes the third by a length. Then it was Don't Lose Cruise. Civil Service was up for third. Ladies Golden Guy fourth. 6 furlongs and 111 and 2. Number 1, the Institute was first. 2, Don't Lose Cruise was second. 4, Civil Service third. 3, Ladies Golden Guy finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, the Institute. 5-year-old Gelding's the son of Into Mischief out of the Officer Mare, Princess Violet. A New York bred. The Institute's owned by Barry K. Schwartz, trained by Michael S. Ferraro, winning rider, Kiberkoa. $2 double 2-1, 28.60. $2 exacta 1-2, 26.60. 50-cent try 1-2-4, $41.12. 10-cent super 1-2-4-3, $19 even. Race 4 comes up next. It's the start of today's pick 5. Scratch the 2, Kid Emerald. Here in race 4, scratch the 2, Kid Emerald. Post time for race 4 is in just over 23 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the racetrack is now being sealed. Track condition is fast, but the racetrack is now being sealed for race 4.
All right, horses are in the paddock for race number 4. Gonna take a little time now. We're sealing the racetrack for this 4th race. Looking back at the 3rd, and yeah, Flying Emperor did not fire at all. Lost his consistency as he's ran the big race in the stake, but his other 2 races he stopped, and that kind of opened up the race. It was the Institute, as Ladies Golden Guy not firing at all either. It was the Institute who really had the advantage at that point. She was able to run down Don't Lose Cruise to get the victory. Keeber Koa for trainer Michael S. Ferraro. Good price on that horse as he paid $11.60 to win. As we go to the 4th to start the pick 5, we scratch the 2, Kid Emerald. You see, tough race to dope out because you got a few of them that you would say have a chance in here, and you got Bet the Palace, who drops in class again to 5,000. I expect him to be the favorite. He is right now the lukewarm favorite. Cambu's the wild card. Kind of took a shot with him because he's had 2 starts. He's had excuses. Tried the blinkers on last time after trying special weights in his debut, and he broke poorly in that race and was never really in it. So he drops again to 5 and stretches out, and that could be the big thing here for Cambu. He's got a good number for the distance, and might be a horse, he's not a good price right now at 2-1, but he might drift up a little bit and add a little value as Bet the Palace will probably take a lot more money. Now, Bet the Palace is the favorite in here, and deservedly so, as he did run against special weights and going long his only route race, and he ran okay. He earned, granted it was a 37, but he did run his best lifetime buyer in that race, and then tried to sprint at the 11-9 and found that too tough, but keeps the blinkers on and tries the route, and this will be first time routing for 5,000, which automatically makes him a strong player. The other one I use is kind of a long shot, and he's not really bred to go long. Karakwe, the 7 horse, didn't fire at all last time over a good track, but the race before kind of compromised by the fact that his stablemate was absolutely lone speed. Went 47 and change in a walk up front, loose in there, and he did make up a little bit of ground late, but again, the pace was more the problem anyway. He'll stretch out here. His only other mile race, he didn't fare too well, but it was against some tougher maiden claimers at Aqueduct, so he could be just a good long shot to maybe hit the board on a little bit of talent and a little bit better competition in the past. So that's my numbers for this race. We do have 6 minutes to post for race number 4, and as mentioned, they are taking some time now to seal the racetrack before the running of this race, so we do scratch the 2, Kid Emerald.
All right, folks. Obviously, weather in the area, so we're gonna. Jocks just came out. We're gonna be quick about this um, and see what's going on. Race 4 comes up here. I went to the 4 Bet the Palace, who drops in for the lowest price of his career for Jeffrey Englehart. Tried blinkers last time, sprinting. Was 2 turns, 2 starts back in the special weight. Put him on top. He's 6-5 right now. The 6, Tis Big Money, 3 sprints to the route for John Grabowski. We'll see how he likes going 2 turns. And then the 5, Cam Boo, another one taking a class drop and stretching out his second start off the layoff. Gets a rider change to Heeman Harkey. 4, 6, 5. The pick 5 starts here. Again, we are sealed. Track is still fast. We haven't gotten any rain just as of yet. Track is still fast. We're sealed. Looks like it's brightening up a little bit. Here come the horses for race number 4. And now the field for race 4 is on the track. The 3-foot traffic has been excused from the post parade. Horses are going to the gate momentarily. Last chance to play the pick 5. The field for race 4 has made its way to the gate, and it's post time. Long shot on a Frio is going to be the first to load in. Actually, the 3-foot traffic is already in the starting gate. Now the jockey's off to number 4, Bet the Palace. He'll be loaded without rider Emmanuel De Diego. And with a little help from the gate crew. Fantastic gate crew at that. Bet the Palace is in, and now Manuel De Diego can climb aboard the 7-5 favorite. In the meantime, Onofrio goes into the inside stall. Here's Cambu. Tis Big Money goes in. The last to load is Goroque. Goroque backs up before going forward, and he's in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Foot traffic shows first. Along the inside is Onofrio. There's Bet the Palace and Cambu, and it's a mad scramble for the lead. 5 wide, Tis Big Money, and Goroque lets him sort it all out. He's already 7 from the front. Holding the rail position is Onofrio. He's battling up front with Bet the Palace and a 3 deep Cambu. They have a length on Foot Traffic, who's back and forth, followed by Tis Big Money. And at the back is Goroque. Opening quarter of 24 and 3/5 seconds. They straighten up down the Finger Lakes backstretch, led by Onofrio. Onofrio 3 parts of a length over Bet the Palace. Moving up along the inside, there is Foot Traffic. He's now 3rd. 4th is Cambu. Then Tis Big Money. And nothing yet from the trailer, Goroque. He's about a half a dozen from the lead. They went the half in 49 and 3/5 seconds. They make their way to the far turn. Onofrio has been there from the start. Bet the Palace has been his shadow the whole way. Cambu swings into action. He just went past Foot Traffic. Back in 5th, struggling a bit there, is Tis Big Money, and Goroque's at the back. Bet the Palace attacks Onofrio right now. They went 3 quarters in 1:15 and 3. Bet the Palace and Onofrio. They're really going at it now with Cambu back in 3rd. Off the turn and into the stretch. Bet the Palace trying to get the better of Onofrio, who won't go away. Onofrio's over 30-1, and he's still in front. Bet the Palace is trying to get him, so too Cambu. Cambu's got the momentum now, and Cambu just rolled right by. Cambu took the lead from Onofrio at the 16th pole, and it's going to be Cambu coming down to the line. He's going to win it by about a length at the end. Onofrio game and defeated a big price for 2nd. Then Bet the Palace. Rounding out the super was Tis Big Money in 148-1. Number 5, Cambu was first. 1, Onofrio second. 4, Bet the Palace third. 6, Tis Big Money fourth. Making his way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 5, Cambu. 4-year-old gelding is the son of Painter out of the Old Forest, the mare Z Bonita. A New York bred, Cambu is owned by Stacy Torelli and Ivory Sisters Sable Racing. It's trained by Stacy Torelli, winning rider He-Man Harkey, and it's official. $2 double 1.5, 38.60. $2 exact to 5-1, 135.50. 50-cent try 514, $83.25. 10-cent super 5-1, 4-6, 46.60. 50-cent pick 3, 215, 22.62, and the 50-cent pick 4, 5215, $234 and a quarter. Race 5 comes up next. It's the start of the late pick 4. Here in race 5, scratch to 3, Udamaro. Race 5, scratch to 3. Race 6, scratch to 5, not afraid to charge. Race 6, scratch to 5. Race 7, scratch the 2, Central Station, and the 330 Oysters. Race 7, scratch the 2 and 3. And in race 8, scratch the 4, Tamaki. Race 8, scratch the 4. Post time for race 5. The start of the late pick 4 is in over 23 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, track condition is now fast and harrowed. Track is now fast and harrowed.
Horses are in the paddock for race number 5. Cambu, they fouled him. Cambu was bet down heavily to even money. He-Man Harkey able to get the victory for the Niz, and Torelli got the stocky trip, and really the route was the difference. Got a decent enough trip, and will start off the pick 5. We go to the 5th and scratch the 3, Udamaro, and 5 betting interests, pretty evenly matched group. I did go with the 6 Pot of Gold. Looks like he's going to get bet as well as Cambu. But Pot of Gold steps up in class off of the waiver claim. Not even sure you could consider that a step up in class because they're protected by that waiver. This one was running against allowance types last year, running competitively. Dropped to 5 and was way too good for 5,000 claimers. Won pretty easily. Probably needed that sprint, plus the distance was too short for Pot of Gold, and still ran well to be second despite coming off the layoff and going not his best distance. So goes the better distance. Even though he steps up in class, he's a strong player in here. He's at odds of 8 to 5. The main contender to him looks like the 5 Barfly. Now Barfly was claimed at the 11 and 9 level, was in a sprint, and looked good in victory. I mean, considering it was 6 furlongs, he still won. That's a good effort because he should be better going long than short. He did go long, but it was against allowance horses. He didn't embarrass himself. Now, the winner was much the best. I guess the rest of them were okay allowance horses, we'll say. And now he dropped slightly to the 11 and 9 level. Fits well here. Logical horse, and that's why he's 9 to 5. Probably be the favorite come post time. Those seem to be the main 2. If you're looking for somebody else in here, what about the 2 Kingdom of Paws? Been a little overmatched in some of those races in Florida. He was running on different surfaces. Came here, ran on the dirt a couple times in sprints. Tried stretching out last time, but it was in the 1 state bred. So he gets a little class relief as well. That was a tough field. I mean, he only beat 1 horse in that race, so it's tough to gauge how good he actually ran. But the class relief might make him a player. He should be closer against this group. And the right kind of trip, maybe he could pull off the minor upset. Of course, wouldn't be that big upset right now. He's at odds of 5 to 2. But he looks like he could be the other one in race number 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 4 starts in this race. Scratch the 3, Udamaro.
The field for race 5. The start of today's late pick 4 is on the track. Here's the 1, ripe for mischief, with Jose Baez. The 2 is Kingdom on Pause, with Jackie Davis. Scratch the 3 with Amaro. The 4 is Raw Courage, with Michael Davila Jr. The 5 is Barfly, with Emmanuel De Diego. And the 6 is Pot of Gold. Andre Worry looks for his 3rd winner on the day. There's your field of 5. Going to go a flat mile, so that's right on top of the finish line here. I believe I saw a 30-yard run-up or a 30-foot run-up. Not very big. And you got less than an eighth of a mile to that first turn. I almost got Royal Suspect home using that theory yesterday. So, going to try again today. Dana Saul has Ripe for Mischief coming off a series of sprint races dating all the way back to September of 2022 when this horse was still a maiden. Got out of the maiden ranks right before our break last year. Got the job done by a half length. Came right back off the layoff, waiver and all. Got the job done with a beautifully timed ride. Now gets the inside. Has not been around this 2 turns. And being by more than ready out of an elusive quality mare, boy, I can't imagine it's going to be an issue. Juicy price at 6-1. Dana hasn't run many horses here upon her return to Finger Lakes, but they've all seemed to run well. I like the price. I like the post. Looks good on the track, too. They say Dark Bay. He's almost black. Good-looking horse. I'm going to try the 1 Ripe for Mischief. The 6, Pot of Gold, comes out of a sprint prep back on May 28th. He was in for the waiver. Finished second to Holy Matrimony, who was good that day. Worry looks for his 3rd. He won going 2 turns twice here last season. We'll see if he can get to the top and hear from the outside draw again. He's got Barfly that was inside who has some speed. I put Barfly 3rd. The position here is important. I know you're saying, oh, it's only post 4 and post 5 after the scratch of Udamaro. It's less than an eighth of a mile. So, 13 seconds, 12 seconds. It's not that long. And we'll see how both Worry on the 6 and then Barfly, Emmanuel De Diego, off the claim. They stretched him out. He did not run well. He's back in for a tag now. Maybe that's the elixir for him, being in for the tag. I don't know. I wouldn't make it my business claiming horses off of Michael Anthony Ferraro, but I'm an announcer, not a trainer. We'll see what happens. Stacey Torelli just got off the duck, won in the last race. The fact that this horse and Pot of Gold are the same price is remarkable to me. I know Pot of Gold's a little bit on the raise, but I would certainly, when you take everything into consideration, I would think, and now he's shorter than Pot of Gold. I would much rather Pot of Gold at that price. But I'm going to try to 1 Ripe for Mischief. I believe this is ripe for an upset, and I'm always down for some mischief. 165 in the 5th. Best of luck. Less than a minute. Last chance to play to pick 4. The field for race 5 is at the gate, and it's post time. Ripe for Mischief goes forward. Kingdom on Pause is next. Longest price on the board, Raw Courage goes in. Here's Barfly. Last to load is Pot of Gold. His rider Andre Worry looks for his 3rd win on the card. They're in the gate. And they're off. From the outside, there's Pot of Gold. To the inside, Kingdom on Pause tries to keep up early. Then on the outside, it's Barfly. Along the rail, Ripe for Mischief settles into 4th. And the trailer at the back is Raw Courage, who's 3 wide into that turn. A battle on the front end now. Barfly has found his way around Pot of Gold. It's Barfly a length. Pot of Gold relinquishes the lead and sits second with a chilly Andre Worry through an opening quarter of 24 and 4. Third, Kingdom on Pause. He's 3 lengths from the lead. A 3 wide Raw Courage moves out of last. It makes the trailer Ripe for Mischief, but it's a bunched group. There's just 3.5 from front to back, and now 4 of them are across the track. Barfly, Pot of Gold, Kingdom on Pause, Raw Courage. A length and a half separates them from the rail out. 49 and 3 as Ripe for Mischief watches them all duke it out on the front end. They make their way to the far turn. Barfly, Pot of Gold has hounded them the entire way. Kingdom on Pause, Jackie Davis comes under a ride from the back. Here comes Ripe for Mischief. Jose Baez has saved every inch of ground as the field makes their way to the top of the stretch. Kingdom on Pause confronts both Pot of Gold and Barfly. On the inside, it's Pot of Gold. Kingdom on Pause is there, 3/4, 114 and 4. They're in the stretch. Pot of Gold. Kingdom on Pause won't go away. It's down to these 2, and at the 8th pole, Pot of Gold just got away by 3/4 of a length. Kingdom on Pause battles back. Pot of Gold. Kingdom on Pause. Pot of Gold. Kingdom on Pause. Worry gets 3. It's Pot of Gold a half length. Then Kingdom on Pause, Ripe for Mischief, and Barfly in 141 flat. Photo finish, hold all tickets. Number 6, Pot of Gold was first. 2, Kingdom on pause second. 1, Ripe for Mischief third. 5, Barfly fourth. In the winner's circles, the number 6, Pot of Gold. 4-year-old son of Speightster out of the Freudmere Celtic Sunrise, a New York bred. Pot of Gold is owned by Gold Star Racing Stable and Jeremiah Engelhart. Jeremiah Engelhart trains. 3 on the day for winning rider Andre Worry. It's official. $2 double 5-6, $16.60. $2 exact to 6-2, $21.80. 50-cent try, 6-2-1, $21 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 6-2, 1-5, $7.87. And the 50-cent pick 3, 1-5-6, $25.37. We had a claim out of race number 5. The winner, Pot of Gold, to new owners Craig Benoit and Robert Smith, new trainer Tim Murphy. That claim on the number 6, Pot of Gold. Race number 6 comes up next. It kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch to 5, Not Afraid to Charge. Race 6, scratch to 5. Post time for the 6th is in just over 20 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a scratch being announced for the first time in race 8. In race 8, scratch the 7, La Dama Dorada. That's in addition to the earlier scratch of the number 4, Tamaki. Win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wagers with the 7, La Dama Dorada will all be refunded. If you use this horse in the pick 3, you can cancel your ticket or receive a consolation pick 3 if the first 2 legs win. If you've used this horse in the late pick 4, the late pick 5, or the pick 6, you will get the favorite at final odds. Again, in race 8, late scratch the number 7.
All right, getting ready for race number 6 at Pot of Gold. The stretch out was what that horse needed. Steps up and gets the victory. Another win for Andre Worry. There's 3 of the day already. We're only in race number 5, and he gets that victory for Jeremiah Engelhardt. All right, maiden claimer 11-9 is the 6. It goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Scratch the 5. Not afraid to charge. Got some question marks in this race. Look at I went a little bit of a price in here. The 6 Disco Princess. At least the last 2 races I thought I was getting prices. Neither one of them were. They're just high on the morning line. But the 6 Disco Princess does drop slightly to the 11-9 and cuts back in distance after just not firing at all against maiden special weights in the route. But if you gauge her by her $5,000 race, her debut, it was pretty good. She ran second to Love Thyself, and I know it was a 5,000 maiden, but Love Thyself came back and ran second in a stakes race. Ran second behind Sweet Brown Sugar, who's in the Oaks on Monday. So the race is better than what it looks. You just got to forgive the special weight race, and now drops slightly to the 11-9, right in the middle. So Disco Princess may be worth a look here, as she will making her 3rd start. 9-2 is the price on her. Shishi Shadow, very logical in here. She faces older horses, but at the claiming level. She's raced against restricted 3-year-olds for the last few starts. I lost by double digits in her last race, so now gets the slight drop. And, the previous starts weren't bad. She finished 3rd in a good race against Miss Wobbles and Dharma. Dharma ran okay the other day, and Shishi Shadow, it's going to get bad in here off of the recent form, especially with a drop to the 11-9. Then you got the 1 Lady Lawrence. You kind of got to gauge her by her previous start and just kind of draw a line through the last race, because she did have to check early in the race, kind of on heels, and checked out of it. So just kind of draw a line through that. It was an easier field than this one, but then again, you can't say that she did bad in that either. She probably would have won if she didn't have the bad start or the bad check during the race. But the previous starts is what you gauge her off of. She ran 3rd, beaten 3 lengths by Lindsay. That one's okay. Joyful Departure belongs at the 11-9. Has been running against special weights, and did run 2nd against Mel's Angel, who's not a bad one at 4.5. So she's a logical horse, maybe more of an underneath horse, but she can hit the board in here, as she has enough tactical speed that she can be right there against these rivals. Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 starts in the 6. Scratch the 5, not afraid to charge.
The field for race 6 is on the track. The 1 is Lady Lawrence with Kiberkoa. The 2 is I'm a Lot of Lady. Carlos Camillo rides. The 3 is Debbie Darling with John Berrios. The 4 is Shishi Shadow with Emmanuel De Diego. Scratch the 5, Not Afraid to Charge. The 6 is Disco Princess with Jackie Davis. And the 7 is Ligon's Legacy with Jeremias Flores. Field of 6 going 5.5. Looking at the maiden ranks here. Wide open tote board. You see 3 of them at 5-2. Nobody's in double digits. I had a tough time with the race, so I landed on Lisa Reed and leading rider Kiberkoa. Lady Lawrence, who got a month off, about 5 weeks actually, in between these starts. And she's gotten that in the past. She's 0 for 6. But the 3 starts here at Finger Lakes make her very competitive in here today for the 11,000. She's drawn inside. Koa stays. You know, it's these 11, these nickel maiden races, they're a little hard to try to navigate through sometimes. So you want to kind of gravitate towards the human connections. That's what I do anyway. People handicap races differently. That's what makes the world go round and the tote board flicker. I will gravitate towards connections I'm comfortable with. Lisa does a fantastic job. Koa's the leading rider. I went there. That's not to take anything away from the other connections in here. The 4, Shishi Shadow, takes the biggest drop in all of horse racing, they say. Maiden Special, the Maiden Claimer. I will tell you what. I loved this horse. Loved this horse 2-back. This horse did not run 2 steps last time. And now you see this drop off of a not great effort 2-back where I thought she was a cinch. That doesn't mean I have to be right, but she did not run well 2-back when beaten 2 1/4 lengths. She was horrible last time. And now she's all the way in for the 11. If you were playing pick 4s and pick 5s, you have to use this horse. It's very hard for me to take this horse at 2-1 in the win pool. Very, very hard. But she's an obvious player. And then the 6, Disco Princess. She was the interesting one in here for me. A good effort for the nickel on debut. They bumped the horse all the way up to special weight and stretched the horse out. I've never seen 96 lengths in the PP. I have now. It's obviously a line through. You just draw a line through that race. Love Thyself came back to finish second to Sweet Brown Sugar in the Niagara. That's who beat her in the maiden race. Is it a little bit of a stretch, nickel? Yeah, it's a little bit of a stretch, absolutely. But you're getting 5-1 to find out. Getting a good price to find out. I went 146. I couldn't blame you for liking a host of them in here. I went 146. Best of luck here as we kick off the final pick 3 of the day. Don't forget that La Dama Dorada race 8 scratch to 7. It's a late scratch, so if you already have your pick 3 ticket in, it'll be a console pick 3 at the end. But anything in that race with La Dama Dorada, pick 4, pick 5, pick 6, you'll get the post-time favorite. Best of luck here in race 6. Post times in a minute. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Final pick 3 of the day kicks off here. Lady Lawrence will be the first to load, the number 1. Don't forget, starting Monday, post time switches to 1 o'clock here. Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Stakes action returns as well. Panda Gate returns from Dubai for the New York Derby, while Sweet Brown Sugar tries to defend her home turf in the New York Oaks. I'm a lot of lady goes in. I'm a lot of lady went in, and then she backed herself right out. And now she's in again, along with Debbie Darling. She Shadow, 6-5 favorite, goes in. Here's Disco Princess. Last to load is Lagone's Legacy. They're in the gate. And they're off. Lagone's Legacy shows first. Between horses, there's Debbie Darling. And to the rail, Lady Lawrence joins the fray as well. So it's Debbie Darling in front of half length now, 3/4 of a length. Lady Lawrence back to second. The duo of Lagone's Legacy and the favorite, She Shadow, a third and fourth. Along the insides, I'm a lot of lady. And at the back is Disco Princess. Up front, Debbie Darling and John Berrios lead the way through an opening quarter in 22 and 4. They have a 3-length lead on Lady Lawrence. 2.5 more to Lagone's Legacy. I'm a lot of lady. Nothing yet from She Shadow's going to have to get going from there as the field makes their way on the far turn. In fact, She Shadow has been pulled up. She Shadow has been pulled up. The field's off the turn and into the stretch. Well out in the center of the track is Debbie Darling. A lot of room at the rail for Amalada Lady. Amalada Lady has dead aim. Debbie Darling still there, though. Debbie Darling's almost home. Amalada Lady, Lady Lawrence, they're all giving futile chase. It's all Debbie Darling. Flag fall to That's All by 5. Then it was Lady Lawrence, Amalada Lady, and Disco Princess in 107 flat. Number 3, Debbie Darling first. 1, Lady Lawrence second. 2, Amalada Lady third. 6, Disco Princess fourth. Making her way to the winner's circle for the first time is the number 3, Debbie Darling. 4-year-old daughter of Frost Giant out of the During mare Subtle Sweetness is a New York bred. Debbie Darling's owned by Sunrise Stables, trained by Ralph D'Alessandro. John Berrios, the winning rider, and it's official. $2 double, 6-3, 37 even. $2 exact to 3-1, 53.50. 50-cent try, 3-1-2, $50 even. 10-cent super, 3-1-2-6, $62.40. Race 7 comes up next. Scratch the 2 Central Station and the 3:30 Oysters. Race 8, scratch the 4 Tamaki and a late scratch on the 7 La Dama Dorada. Race 7 starts a late double and it comes your way in just over 20 minutes.
All right, getting ready for race number 7. Getting a little dark as the clouds are moving in again. But looking back at the 6, it was just Debbie Darling getting the lead and not stopping.
Ladies
this
and gentlemen,
time,
we have another late
on the
scratch
drop
out
to
of
the
today's
11 to 9.
finale.
That was the key.
Out of race 8.
Also,
Please scratch the 3, Kitty Tin Tin. Again, race 8, late scratch the 3, Kitty Tin Tin. Win, play, show, exacta try, superfecta wagers using the number 3, Kitty Tin Tin will all be refunded. If you've used this horse in the double starting in this race, you have time to cancel your tickets. Otherwise, you will get a Conso double. Conso pick 3s will be available if you selected the winners of races 6 and 7. And if you've used the number 3, Kitty Tin Tin, in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you will get the favorite at final odds. Once again, out of race number 8, late scratch the 3, Kitty Tin Tin. Prior to race 6, there was a late scratch of the 7, La Dama Dorada. And earlier today, there was a scratch of the 4, Tamaki. To recap the scratches in race 8, late scratch the 3, Kitty Tin Tin. Regular scratch the 4, Tamaki. Late scratch the 7, La Dama Dorada. Ladies and gentlemen, the track will be fast and sealed for race 7. Fast and sealed for upcoming race 7.
too aggressive in that race, but didn't fade that badly considering. So it's a horse that's knocking at the door and a big top 3 threat in this one. Right now at odds of 10-1. The 8 horse is Vaunted getting some play. Vaunted, Di Diego goes here. And another one for Ralph D'Alessandro should help with the drop in class. Although the numbers are decreasing, the drop should help. And another one that has a shot in a pretty competitive 7th race. My third choice actually was the 1, Retail Man. This is an interesting one sent in by James Ryerson. Has some class. This horse has been facing some tough 3-year-olds. Ran 4th in the lifetime condition last time in New York. So we'll try his hand here against the 2 lifetimes. Just like the 2 lifetime in New York, to try the 2 lifetimes here might be slightly easier than what he was facing there. Exacta Try Super Daily Double offered in the 7th. Scratch the 2 and the 3.
The field for race 7 is on the track. The 1 is Retail Man with Luis Perez. Scratch the 2 Central Station and the 330 Oysters. Here's the 4, Go Get the Bag with Jeremias Flores. The 5's McDonough with Carlos Camillo. The 6 is Dr. Settle's Dream with Andre Worry. The 7's Captain of My Heart, Nazario Alvarado rides. And the 8 is Vaunted with Emmanuel De Diego. All right, let's kick off the late double here. We could leave the camera right there, Juan. I like Vaunted. I feel like Vaunted has found her friends today. His friends today, I should say. Pardon me. His friends. And at 5-2, he's the right price. There's no Skylar Starship here. There's no Sharpaz here. There's no busting away here. Those are the horses he's had to deal with that have won the races he's participated in since coming up here for Gumpster Stable, Ralph D'Alessandro, and Emmanuel De Diego. None of them are here, and I don't think there's anything close to any of them in here. So I can't believe he's this much bigger of a price than the 6, Dr. Settle's Dream. Now, Dr. Settle's Dream makes sense. He's had a good career on the Naira circuit. He came up here. He finished 3rd, open company. Eric Ridge is on a 2-race win streak. He'll try to ride that win streak again next week. He's in. I don't remember which day. They're all blurred into one at this point when you look at those PPs a week out. But yeah, Dr. Settle's Dream is in all likelihood going to be kept company by McDonough. And Go Get the Bag has plenty of speed. So there's enough pace in here, I believe, that they're going to mix it up early, and I think it sets it up perfectly for Vaunted. I put Dr. Settle's Dream second. Retail Man ships up from the Big A for Jimmy Ryerson. First time here. He's made 10 starts. He's got a win in a second from those 10 tries, all at Aqueduct. So we'll see if the circuit relief helps his cause. 8-6-1 with about 2 minutes to post. Best of luck if you're playing a late double. Post times in a minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Set to kick off the late double. Retail Man, the Aqueduct Shipper, goes in first. Here's Go Get the Bag. McDonough's next. Odds-on favorite Dr. Settle's Dream goes in. Big long shot, Captain of My Heart. The last to load is Vaunted. They are in the gate. And they're off. From between horses, there's McDonough for the lead. Vaunted on the far outside, moves up. Between those two is Captain of My Heart. Down along the inside is Go Get the Bag. The favorite, Dr. Settle's Dream, is in fifth, and it is a long way back to Retail Man, who trails. He's about a dozen lengths, 15 from the lead, and the leader now is Vaunted. Vaunted has a length. McDonough showed speed early, back in second through a 23-second opening quarter. Captain of My Heart is third. Moving up into fourth is Dr. Settle's Dream. Fifth is Go Get the Bag, 8 lengths from the top, and still nothing from Retail Man, though he's starting to get going from the back. Vaunted, 23-second opening quarter. Off the turn through a half mile in 46 and 4. Vaunted has a 4-length lead. Down the center, here comes Retail Man. He's making up so much ground. And Dr. Settle's Dream is there too. Deep stretch. Vaunted's almost home. Dr. Settle's Dream. Vaunted and Dr. Settle's Dream. Dr. Settle's Dream going better. And Dr. Settle's Dream gives Worry 4 on the day. He beat Vaunted, a flying Retail Man for third in 106 and 1. Number 6, Dr. Settle's Dream was first. 8, Vaunted second. 1, Retail Man third. It's a photo for fourth. Five, McDonough finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 6, Dr. Settle's Dream. 4-year-old son of Oscar Performance out of the Warfront Mare Voice is a New York bred. Dr. Settle's Dream is owned by Circle N Thoroughbreds. 2 wins on the day for Jeremiah Englehart. 4 on the day for jockey Andre Worry. $2 double 3-6, $22.60. $2 exacta 6-8, $8.90. 50-cent try 6-8-1, $5.80. 10-cent super 6-8, 1-5, $2.30. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win play show. Exacta try and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 3 Kitty Tin, a late scratch. Scratch the 4 Tamaki. Scratch the 7 La Dama Dorada, also a late scratch. Scratch the 3, 4, and 7. And one more time. Win, play, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering on the race. It was all refunded on the number 3 Kitty Tin and the 7 La Dama Dorada. If you've used either of those two, the 3 Kitty Tin or the 7 La Dama Dorada, in the late pick 4, the pick 5, or today's pick 6, you will get the favorite at final odds. Again, that's on the number 3 Kitty Tin and the 7 La Dama Dorada. Post time for race 8 is in a little over 21 minutes. And speaking of post time, it changes this coming Monday. We'll move to 1 o'clock here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack as stakes action returns this Monday, July 15th, with the $150,000 New York Derby for New York bred 3-year-olds and the $75,000 New York Oaks for 3-year-old filly New York breds. Both races will be contested at 1 mile and a 16th. Pandagate, third in the UAE Derby most recently, takes on 5 others in a race that's been run for over 50 years here at Finger Lakes, the New York Derby, while local heroine Sweet Brown Sugar takes on 4 or 5 in the New York Oaks. Both races will be a part of our second handicapping contest of the season. Lucky North members can participate in the contest. It's free. $1,000 cash prize to the winner. Other prizes as well. Sign up begins when the doors open at 11:30 this Monday. If you're a DRF.com member, please note that you can get free DRF PPs for Finger Lakes this upcoming Monday. And if you need past performances any day of the 2024 meet, head over to fingerlakesgaming.com. They're there courtesy of Equibase. That's this Monday. New post time is 1 p.m. The New York Derby, the New York Oaks, and our second handicapping contest of the season. Come on out on Monday for all the action at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
We're getting ready to conclude this Wednesday card. Looking back to the 7th, Dr. Settle's Dream was able to catch Vaunted. I mean, Ralph's been on. He's been very smart with his tactics of putting the horses on the front end. And Vaunted got there alone on the lead with Emmanuel Di Diego, but Dr. Settle's Dream just proved best, was able to run that one down. Big day for Andre Worry. We've got a few wins today. That another win for Jeremiah Engelhart as well, but a big day for Andre. Congratulations to him. 5,000 claimer is the 8th. Never won 2 condition, going 5.5. We scratched the 4. Tamaki or Tamaki. You say Tamaki, I say Tamaki. Not sure how to pronounce it, but went with a 5. Blue-Eyed Warrior, not really going out on a limb here, but there is some question marks about which Blue-Eyed Warrior is going to show up. If you watch his last race, he stopped, and he was in between horses and just gave up. I know it's a tougher field, but he really had no excuse. So which Blue-Eyed Warrior is going to show up? If the same horse that won on ran second on May 21st shows up, they're not going to beat her. That race is good enough to beat these 5,000 claimers, but it does give you a little concern if you're backing her as a favorite that she ran as badly as she did last time. But maybe a bounce back effort is in store here, dropping to 5,000, and she's at odds of 4 to 5. Other horses to consider. Well, you got the 8. She Loves to Move, but they're going to have to back up to her. She doesn't have much for early speed. She did flash a little bit more speed going further at Tampa on April 19th, but generally likes to sit back and make a run, and that's how she won under Melissa Iorio when she broke her maiden going 6 furlongs. So there is some question marks about the distance of 5.5, but those restricted 3-year-old races are still better than these $5,000 races that she'll run here. Even though against winners she hasn't been that competitive, this is a much easier spot, and you got to respect these connections. Windy Lee Farm, John Buckley, Kevin Navarro, they've been winning races this year. They won races last year as well. So this one could be, I thought, a little bit of a sleeper at 12 to 1, but right now she's 3 to 1 on the board. The other one, consider the 1 Kaz Rose. Worry opts to go to Blue-Eyed Warrior, but maybe this one didn't run as well with the blinkers last time, because now they'll take the blinkers back off, as she did stop for no reason, and she'll also go first-time Lasix. Does come out of a pretty weak field, but as they went 114 and change for 6, but she'll shorten up. She's got some speed on the inside, and she's certainly dangerous as a chance here at the 5.5 furlong distance. Exacta Try is super offered in today's last race. Just a reminder, Monday, I know Anthony said it a bunch of times, but Monday's a big day here. Got the contest, the New York Oaks and the New York Derby, of course, highlighted by Pandagate coming here. He just ran 3rd in the UAE Derby. It's a grade 2, $2 million race. He's going to be running against restricted New York breds. He'll be here at Finger Lakes with the 2 big races, the New York Derby and the New York Oaks. That takes place on Monday with a 1 o'clock first post.
The field for the finale is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Kaz's Rose with Heeman Harkey, looking for his second win of the day. The 2 is World Cruise with Emmanuel De Diego. Scratch the 3, Kitty Tintin. The 4, Tamaki. The 5 is Blue-Eyed Warrior. Andre Worry is looking for win number 5 on the afternoon. The 6 is Miami Twofer with Jackie Davis. Scratch the 7, La Dama Dorada. And the 8 is She Loves to Move with Kevin Navarro. Field of 5. I scratched down to a singular selection in here. And to no surprise, there it is. A big old 5. That's the number I like. That's the number of wins jockey Andre Worry's looking to have. Should the 5 Blue-Eyed Warrior get the money. Drops down from the 11 to 5. Lone victory came on a wet track, a sloppy track down at Gulfstream Park, and while we're labeled fast still, there's some moisture in this track from the rain. And imagine this horse, with all the scratches now, sits off of maybe Kaz's Rose from the rail or even World Cruise and just makes one run from off the lead. With all the scratches, I would try and round out the exacta with the 8. She Loves to Move, coming back up from Tampa, actually making her first start for Navarro for jockey Kevin Navarro and trainer Jonathan Buckley coming in from Tampa. We'll see if she can pick up some pieces late to round out the exacta, but I think it's all about the 5 Blue-Eyed Warrior. Let's do a little business before we leave you to call the finale. The 3 Kitty Tintin and the 7 La Dama Dorada were late scratches, so all win, play, show, exacta, try to superfecta wagers with them will be refunded. Doubles, pick 3s, consos. If you used either of them in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you're going to get the post-time favorite. I don't want to speculate, but it'll likely be Blue-Eyed Warrior. We'll let you know officially when the race is over. That's as far as the finale goes. Monday, post-time changes to 1 o'clock going forward. We're going to have 1 o'clock post for the foreseeable future. Monday also happens to be the return of stakes action. The New York Derby. Fun race. We have multiple stakes winners, New York breds, and Pandagate, who comes in from a third-place finish in Dubai behind Kentucky Derby third-place finisher Forever Young. He makes his first start since that night in Dubai, takes on 5 others, mile and a 16th, over $150,000 up for grabs. Dylan Davis rides for Christophe Clement. Hall of Famer Bill Mott's represented in the race. Trainer George Weaver ships in. Mike Maselli's coming in. Michael Anthony Ferraro has the local hope in there. Should be a fun race. It goes as race 7 on the 9 race card. In the 5th, the Paul Barrow train's Sweet Brown Sugar takes on 4 or 5 other fillies in the $75,000 New York Oaks. To the mile and a 16th as well. She's looking to stay perfect in her 4th start at Finger Lakes. She won the Niagara in her last start here, first start since a couple of wins down at the Big A this past fall. She takes on Caldwell Loves Gold for the Brad Cox barn, and one of the only fillies to beat her so far in her career, 13 Red Flags, who's drawn just inside of Sweet Brown Sugar. That'll go as race 5 on the 9 race card. The second contest of the season comes your way on Monday. It's for you Lucky North members. It's free. It's $1,000 cash to the winner. Register when the doors open at 11:30. It's only on races 1 through 8. We have a 9-race card, but it's races 1 through 8. If you're a DRF.com member, get your free PPs, courtesy of DRF, over at DRF.com for Monday's Finger Lakes card. And if you need PPs otherwise, each and every racing day, they are available at our website, fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of our friends over at Equibase. Again, starting Monday, 1 o'clock, first post going forward. Stakes action resumes. Contest resumes. Free DRF PPs, free Equibase PPs. Hope to see you Monday. Should have a fun day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. PPs on the fingerlakesgaming.com website for that Monday card will be available starting tomorrow night after 6:30. And I can tell you that regardless of who wins the finale, there will be a pick 6 carryover. So get capping tomorrow night. Best of luck in the finale here. And we will see you on Monday for the New York Oaks and the New York Derby. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 8 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time for the finale. Kaz's Rose, the first to go in. Current second choice. Here's the Gray Filly World Cruise next. Odds-on favorite Blue Eyed Warrior looks to give Andre Worry 5 riding wins on the afternoon. Miami Twofer goes in. Last to load as She Loves to Move. They're in the gate. And they're off. Blue Eyed Warrior showed first. There's World Cruise to her inside, and Kaz's Rose at the rail. Far outside, it's She Loves to Move, then Miami Twofer trail. She's just 3 lengths from the lead. The gray World Cruise has made the lead. Right on her neck is Blue Eyed Warrior. They have a length and a half on Kaz's Rose, and She Loves to Move. 2 more to Miami Twofer. World Cruise, the opening quarter in a sharp 22-3. Blue Eyed Warrior's been latched on the entire way. Here She Loves to Move with a 3-wide bid as Kaz's Rose and Heeman Harkey ride the rails in 4th. Here comes Miami Twofer from the back. Any one of 5 can win it as the field makes their way to the top of the stretch. It's Blue Eyed Warrior. Blue Eyed Warrior leads them off the turn and into the stretch through a 47.5. Blue Eyed Warrior. Kaz's Rose up the inside. She Loves to Move outside. They just went past the 8th pole. Blue Eyed Warrior has to deal with She Loves to Move. Blue Eyed Warrior at the 16th pole. She Loves to Move. She's the number 5. Worry wins 5. Blue Eyed Warrior by 2.5. Then She Loves to Move. Miami Twofer and Kaz's Rose in 107.2. Number 5, Blue Eyed Warrior was first. 8, She Loves to Move second. 6, Miami Twofer third. 1, Kaz's Rose finished 4th. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 5, Blue Eyed Warrior. 3-year-old daughter of Poseidon's Warrior out of the Malibu Moon Mare, Sienna Blue Eyes, is a New York bred. Blue Eyed Warrior is owned by Transfiguration Stable, LLC. 3 wins on the day for Jeremiah Englehart, her trainer. He rode all 3 and 2 more. 5 wins on the day for jockey Andre Worry. $2 double 6-5, $5.50. $2 exacta 5-8, $11.80. 50-cent try 5-8-6, $10.95. 10-cent super 5-8-6-1, $2.72. The 50-cent pick 3, 3-6-5, 13 and a quarter. 50-cent console pick 3, 3-6-3, $6.30. 50-cent pick 4, and if you had the 3 or 7 in this race, you got Blue-Eyed Warrior the winner, $25.75. 50-cent pick 5, $104.87. Nobody picked 6, 5 of 6, $26 even. There'll be a pick 6 carryover into Monday of $940.19. That wraps up the day and the week here, live racing-wise at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. The gaming portion of the building stays open until 4 a.m. Live racing resumes this Monday. Special new post time, 1 o'clock here at Finger Lakes. 1 o'clock new post going forward. Stakes action returns. It's the New York Derby, the New York Oaks, our second handicapping contest of the year. Free DRF PPs for DRF members at drf.com. Tomorrow night after 6:30. We hope to see you on Monday. Until then, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff, and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm the Big A Anthony Stabile, your track announcer. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you on Monday. Special new post time, 1 o'clock. Please arrive home wherever you're going safely. Have a great night.